Good evening. This is a race between your stomachs and your ears, all right? We are so grateful to have Summit Group here, and so proud to have this wonderful response, because I think that if you look around this room, these are your neighbors and your friends. These are the people who are going through the same experience at the same time. I want to just say thank you also to particularly Nancy Galden, whose parents are here. Wave your, where are you? The apple, where are you? There you are in the back, no? Anyway, we started this conversation about senior ministry back in the fall, and we're really, really happy to have brought it to this point. And I'm not going to try to introduce everybody, but I would like to thank the group of, these are people who volunteer their time because they have a deep interest and care for those of us who are moving on in the years. We're moving on in years. I'd like to have a blessing, and then, Tori, are you going to introduce the next speaker? No, Robert is. All right. Robert gets to be the MC, and he'll probably wow you with his repertoire. Let us pray. Good and gracious God, giver of all blessings, we thank you for this opportunity to be together, to soak up the information, the love, the care of all these people who surround us. We ask you to bless the food that we will eat and partake of in our bodies, and those who prepared it. Bless the person who is beside you and across the table and around the table with you. Bless those who are not here but need to hear this information, and we will send it out to them. We will make sure that they know that they are cared for, and there is much that they can learn. We also ask you to bless this evening and each person who speaks. We are blessed by them, and you are blessing them as they speak. And these things we lift to you in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. So we're going to hold off on eating, all right? Can you do it? Can you do it? On your table, there are name tags. If you would please put at least your first name so that the speaker, if they get a raised hand, they might be able to. No, probably not. But anyway. Robert.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Before we start our event, my name is Robert, by the way. I've been selected as your MC tonight, so I got the short straw. So you're going to be having me up here on the stage every so often. But before we start, I'm a member of Summit Group, and the Summit Group would like to thank Mother Susan Sloan for hers and the church's hospitality. Already we felt that this is my first visit here, and your hospitality is noteworthy, so we thank you for that. And also in hosting this beautiful event in this beautiful church. This event would not be happening without you guys, so we thank you for that. Also, I want to thank Nancy and Anna at the Residences at Well Point for starting this conversation last fall. And it's a great conversation, and it's one I think that has led us to come here tonight and share some information with you. I want to also thank our speakers this evening. Professionals are amazing resources that's available to each and every one of you that's in our community. And most of the speakers have spent decades of service of the 55 and over group during the different changing seasons of life. Also, Congressman Dale Strong, our U.S. Representative for Alabama's 5th Congressional District, has his representative here today, Mr. Trey Daniel, and so we're very glad that you've come out and with us this afternoon to learn more about some of the other things that's going on here with the 55-plus community. So thank you for being here. During the event, we'll have different breaks for door prizes. Our speakers will be staying at the end to hang around to see if you want to come introduce yourselves to us, and that would be wonderful if you do, but we'll be glad to meet with you and to be able to answer any questions that you have. Before we begin, I would also like to point out and say thank you to the Summit Group that it was a vision of Tori Vaughn for many years and a small group of volunteers that have brought the vision to life for our North Alabama community. Tori is a seniors real estate specialist and transition specialist providing the services to seniors and their families throughout the area. On your tables, you're going to find a workbook for you to take notes, jot down ideas and questions as you hear the speakers. And on the back of the program is the agenda for the evening. And so without further ado, I'd like to welcome our keynote speaker, one of my favorite speakers in the North Alabama area, Ms. Connie Glass of Elder Law Firm here in Huntsville. Ms. Glass has been the foremost trusted elder care lawyer in the community for many years. She's certified as an elder law attorney by the National Elder Law Foundation and is one of the very few certified elder law attorneys in Alabama. Please welcome, as I welcome Ms. Connie Glass to the podium.
All right, now don't hold it against me. I'm the only thing standing between you and dinner. So I promise I'll be quick. Thank y'all so much for having me. This is one of the most beautiful buildings in Huntsville. All you people who are members here, I love this church. It is so beautiful. We actually used it when my daughter had her senior pictures. We used some of the outside areas to make her pictures because it's just so lovely. It's just a beautiful building. So much history. I'm Connie Glass, as you heard. Thank you for having me. Tori, thanks for you and your group putting this together. It is so very important. Somebody mentioned earlier, there's lots of programs for teen support and younger people support, not as much for senior support. And we're all still kicking, we're all still thriving. We all want to transition into our aging process gracefully. So these programs are important. There's a plethora of wisdom in this room. And I just want to share a few things with you about the legal part of aging. That's why I'm here. That's my area of expertise. You're going to hear a lot of different topics tonight on different areas, but mine is the legal. I've been doing this since 1981, which I don't do math very well in my head, but that's a bunch of years. It's over 40. I've been in Huntsville since 1987. Working specifically in the field of elder law. I started at TARCOG. Some of you may be familiar with the Area Agency on Aging. I was with them 10 years and then opened my firm in 1997 and we saw 13 clients the first week we were opened and haven't slowed down since then. So very excited to be here. I am the proud grandmother of twin granddaughters who are 10 months old. If you want to see pictures, I have a few. They would not let me put them up on a screen behind me, but I have a few pictures if you'd like to see them. They're not identical. They're different as night and day, but they are just, why didn't y'all tell me this grandmother thing was so wonderful? I would have done it, hopefully done it years ago if I could have taught my daughter into it. But that's a little bit about me. So I am not a native Huntsvillian, but I've been here a long time. Been working with seniors in this community for a long, long time. So hopefully tonight I'll be able to share some information that might be useful to you in this process of aging as we continue to age. I just got my first Social Security check a couple of months ago, so I'm right there with you. That was quite a shock when it got deposited into the bank. It's like, Social Security, that's for old people. Yeah, getting one of those now. So yeah, aging can be, it's certainly not for sissies, as they say, but armed with information, we're going to make it through the best years of our lives. In the elder law firm, we do a lot of different things as far as the type of law we practice. Everything we do is geared specifically to the aging community, that elderly population. Now, who defines what elderly is? It's whatever we say it is. I have a lot of clients who are in their 30s and 40s. They're obviously not traditionally elderly, but many of them are children of my older clients who realize, Mom and Dad were pretty wise to do planning, and now I need to do some planning too. So we do get some younger folks coming into the office. My oldest client's 107. She is, her daughter is 78, and she came to me first, and then Mom came. So she is reigning champion right now of my most elderly client. We do a lot of what's called traditional estate planning. We do wills, trusts, powers of attorney, living wills. So those things are important to everyone of whatever age. If you're an adult and you live in this state, you need to have done some sort of plan in the event that you should pass away. Obviously, none of us know when that's going to happen. So we have to plan as if it could happen tomorrow. And that doesn't necessarily mean when you're 75. It could mean when you're 25, you need to make that plan. You know, my daughter has 2 10-month-old babies. She needs to make that plan of what's going to happen to those babies if something happened to her and her husband. If they don't give them to me, but every one of us needs some sort of plan for the future. At the very basic, a will, durable power of attorney for finances, durable power of attorney for health care, and a living will. Those are the most basic documents that each one of us needs to do. Those do different things. I'm going to run through them real quickly. Now, your estate may be a little more complex than that. You may end up wanting a trust. You may have a child who has disabilities. We may need to do special needs trust planning for you. So there are obviously nuances to everyone's estate, but all of us need the 4 basic documents of an estate plan. A will, of course, is a document that disposes of your assets at your death. It tells your family, those you leave behind, where you want to leave your stuff and who's going to be in charge of making sure the stuff gets where it's supposed to go. We all have stuff. Some of us have a little stuff. Some of us have a lot of stuff. Some of us have stuff that we'd like to get rid of. I've thought about downsizing, and every time I look around my house, I think, who's going to get rid of all this stuff? And I know there are people here tonight that can help me with that. So a will is something that needs to be fluid with your life. It is not something that you need to do and put it in the drawer and don't think about it for the next 45 years. What I recommend to my clients is that every 5 years we want to get that thing out, look at it, make sure that everybody in there is still living, make sure we still want to be a beneficiary, make sure the person that we've named to be in charge is still willing and able to do it, and we still want them to do it. So it has to be a fluid document according to the terms of your life as they exist right now. Anytime there's a major life change, it's a perfect opportunity to get those things updated, particularly your will. If you lose a spouse, if you remarry, if you lose a child, any sort of major life change, a big financial setback, you move to another state, that's the time to be sure that the plan you've put in place is still going to work for you where you are in your life. A will is a very simple document to put together. Really, truly, you have to know what kind of stuff you have. The law calls it the nature of your estate and the natural objects of your bounty. You have to know who's related to you. You have to know who you want to inherit, and you have to be willing and able to put someone in charge of the estate to make sure that your wishes are carried out. Normally, we hear that referred to as an executor. In Alabama, several years ago, they changed that term to the term personal representative. It's an executor. It's the same thing. It's the person whose duty is, when you're gone, to make sure that whatever you've set out as your wishes and desires of what you want done with your assets is actually done. It's their job to collect everything, pay any bills, and distribute things according to the terms of the will. In Alabama, a will has to be witnessed by 2 people not related. I'm sorry, that's not true. A will has to be witnessed by 2 people. They actually can be related to you. We also, in Alabama, have a section that we can add to every will that makes it what the law calls self-proving. It's a notary paragraph. Because a will that only has your signature and 2 witnesses' signatures, when you die, one of those witnesses has to sign an affidavit saying that they saw you sign it and that you were of sound mind when they saw you and you knew what you were doing. If you have it notarized also, in addition to the two witnesses, then you do away with having to produce one of those witnesses to say they saw you sign it. If you've had your will done in the last 20 or 30 years, it is more than likely self-proving unless you got it off the internet. And those, I can't assure you that those are self-proving wills. But any lawyer who's done a will is likely going to make it self-proving. It's going to have a notary paragraph. If your will is older than about 30 years, it may not be self-proving, so it may be something you want to look at and check. In addition to the will, to me, the most important document of all of these is power of attorney. When you die, we're going to sort out what happens to your stuff. But power of attorney is about you. It's about who's going to be your decision maker if you can't make your own decisions. If you reach the point of incapacity where you either have a physical or mental incapacity that prevents you from conducting your own business, making your own medical decisions, no one has the legal authority to do that for you unless you have named them in a legal document. And that legal document is a power of attorney. If you don't have a power of attorney and you do become incapacitated, it may be necessary for somebody in your life to have you declared incapacitated through a court and have to take over management through a guardianship and a conservatorship. And that has to be done under the supervision of a court. So the court then becomes involved in your life. So if you're like me and you want to be in charge, as long as you can be in charge, and you want to choose who's in charge if you're not in charge, then the power of attorney is the way to do that. So honestly, if you were saying, I'm either going to do a will or a power of attorney, although they do totally different things, I really would rather you look at doing a power of attorney because it is just so critical. I can't tell you the number of times I've gotten phone calls from family members. Mom had a stroke. She's in the hospital. I need a power of attorney. First question we ask, is she still able to communicate and does she still have capacity? No, that's why I need the power of attorney. She can't talk. She can't tell us what to do. Nobody has the authority to sign on her checking account. Nobody can pay her bills. We don't know where anything is. Unfortunately, at that point, it's too late. And I have to be the bearer of that bad news that it's too late to get power of attorney. That would be something she would have had to do while she still had capacity and the willingness and ability to give someone power of attorney. Power of attorney is not something you can get over another person. It's something they have to voluntarily give you. Who should you appoint? Up to you. You know the people in your life that you trust. If I ask you right now, if you were in the hospital unconscious and you needed somebody to pay your bills, who would do that for you? If somebody just came into your mind, that's probably the person who needs power of attorney. Because that's essentially what they're going to be able to do. Access anything that you own if you're unable to do things for yourself. It's obviously a very powerful document. It can be abused, so you don't want to do it lightly. If nobody popped in your head when I said those things, maybe you don't have anyone in your life that you trust enough to give power of attorney to. That's okay. If somebody has to act, they're going to have to act under the supervision of the court, which will give you some assurance that things hopefully will get done correctly. But again, if there is somebody that you trust to do that, please consider a power of attorney. With a married couple, it's real common for married people to appoint each other. Not always, but it's very common for that to happen, and then choose a secondary person as an alternate or a backup person to your spouse. The last document that I'd mentioned was the living will. That's the end-of-life document that states what you would want done if you have a terminal condition, one from which two doctors say that you cannot recover. The living will states what your directions are to the medical community. Either, yes, you do want to be sustained by all means available. You don't want to be sustained. You want to be sustained for a certain period of time and then stop treatment. The options are endless as to what you might want done, But if that's not in writing, then it may or may not be something that your family can enforce. So it's definitely something that you want to put in writing. The living will is the one document, one legal document that you don't have to have me or any other lawyer to do. If you come by the office, we'll hand you one at the front desk. It's a fill-in-the-blank form. It doesn't have to be notarized. That's the one that has to be witnessed by two people not related by blood or marriage. So it's a very simple document to complete, and if you don't have one, if you've never thought about doing one, no matter what your feeling is, that yes, I want to be sustained, it's not a I want to die document. It's a this is what I want if I'm in the condition that I'm not getting better document. I want you to keep doing things. I want you to keep treating me, or I don't want you to keep treating me, or I only want you to do these things if I'm in that condition. So it speaks for you when you can't speak for yourself, basically, is what the living will does. So that is the part of our practice that we call our estate planning part of the practice. That is something that, again, we recommend for everybody who has capacity. If you've not done this, if you haven't done it in a long time, it's definitely something you need to look at doing. If your documents are old, if they're out of date, get them updated. These are not things you want to put off. I met with a really nice man this afternoon. We've been working since last fall to get his plan in place, and he finally signed everything this week, and he's 92. And I was so glad that we got everything signed this week. Now, I don't expect to lose him. I mean, hopefully he can become my oldest living client. But it makes me sad for folks who agonize over these decisions and don't get any plan in place, and then they're just at the whims of the law. So my goal is always, I met with a gentleman this morning, and he goes, I've been told I need this, and I need a trust, and I need this. I said, let's just get something real simple and straightforward in place right now. Let's start there. You can always change it. You can always make it more complex. But let's don't get bogged down in making it complex right now, because you won't do it. You won't get it done. Let's just get you a good, simple plan in place, and then we can build on that. So don't be paralyzed by indecision. Get something in place. You can always change it. As long as you're competent and capable, you can always change any plan that you've got in place. I didn't mention things like pay on death, transfer on death, but those are all ways that you can get assets to people by adding beneficiary designations, pay on death designation, transfer on death designation. Those are all things where it's an easy and simple way to pass things to persons who are an adult and manage their own affairs. Don't do like one of the clients that I'm dealing with the estate right now. The gentleman had died, and he has 3 children, one of whom is an adult child with disabilities. Can't manage his own affairs. This gentleman did a beautiful will that creates a special needs trust for this adult disabled child. However, he has an IRA at a brokerage firm, and he named that child directly as the beneficiary. So that will and the trust that he has for that child is worthless for that IRA designation, because all that brokerage firm can do is give those assets to the child, the adult disabled child, who can't receive them, who can't manage them, who can't write his name. So now we're going to have to go to court, go through a conservatorship process, get somebody, one of his brothers, the ability to manage that IRA for him. When if Dad had just taken the extra step of naming his trust as beneficiary for that child, all of that would have been taken care of. So beneficiaries have to be consistent with what you do in your estate plan. Whatever your will says, you want to be sure your beneficiary designations are consistent with that. If they're not consistent, you want it to be by design, not by mistake. Okay? The other part of our practice is, of course, we do probate, we do guardianships and conservatorships. We also do long-term care planning. I'm watching my watch, Tori, I promise. I'm not going to go over time. I don't want people to riot because they're not having dinner. Is long-term care planning. Long-term care planning is, for lack of a better word, deciding and knowing what options are available if you should need care over a long period in your life, or a short period, long-term in your life, and what options there are to pay for that care. We work with a lot of families whose family members going into the nursing home. A lot of people assume that if you go to the nursing home, there's some government program that's going to take care of you, or your Social Security benefits are going to take care of you, or your Medicare is going to take care of you. Medicare is not going to pay for long-term in the nursing home. Medicare is not going to pay for assisted living. Most of the time, your Social Security check's not going to cover that either. It's definitely not going to cover a nursing home. It might cover assisted living, depending on how much you receive. But it is startling to determine that most of us don't have the ability to pay long-term in a nursing home. Many nursing homes in this area are $10,000 a month, $120,000 a year. It doesn't take long, very many years of paying that out, till it can deplete a lifetime of savings. So we work with our families on trying to help them get qualified for Medicaid assistance. Medicaid is a, for lack of a better word, form of welfare assistance. Startling fact, 75% of nursing home residents are on Medicaid. They don't go in on Medicaid, but they end up on Medicaid because it is expensive to be in a nursing home for a period of time. So they go through the assets that they've saved, and they end up having to apply for Medicaid assistance. When you do apply for Medicaid in the nursing home, Medicaid looks back in your financial history for 5 years. What they're looking for in that 5-year period when you apply is to determine whether or not you've given anything away that could have otherwise been used to pay for your care. If you have given something away, sold it, transferred it for less than its value, then Medicaid's not going to pay for your care for as long as those funds would have lasted you. So you hear a lot of times people say, oh, my mom's going to the nursing home, we need to get everything out of her name. The unfortunate thing when that happens is you may be putting mother in a penalty period with Medicaid where she can't qualify for Medicaid, and the assets have been moved out of her name, so they're not available anymore to pay for her care. So you could be putting mom in a position of not being able to pay her bill in the nursing home by just willy-nilly moving things out of her name. So this type of planning has to be done as a plan. It has to be done with sufficient time. And it's not something that everybody wants to do. I told you earlier I'm kind of a control person. Remember I said that? A lot of us don't want to give up control of our assets to another person on the chance that we might go to the nursing home in 5 years. So once people understand that becoming eligible for Medicaid is relinquishing control of the assets, they're no longer yours, they're no longer under your control, then not everyone wants or is willing to do that. And I certainly understand that. It's not planning that a lot of people want to do. They would rather maintain the assets intact, hoping that all of those assets are not having to be used up to pay for nursing home care. There's some protections if you're married and one of the spouses goes to the nursing home. There's protections for the one at home. I won't go into that in any great detail, but that is something that's available under the federal law. It is available. Do you want me to take questions, Tori, or just stop and we'll do it at the end? Okay. All right. Who has questions? Yes, ma'am. I like a good, eager question. No, ma'am. The question is, do things like powers of attorney expire? They can, but they normally don't. If anybody's in the military and ever had a power of attorney done through the military, a lot of those old military powers of attorney were only good for 2 years because a lot of times it was a tour of duty, a 2-year tour of duty, and they only did the power of attorney during their tour. But unless the power of attorney has a built-in expiration date where it says it's only good for X number of years or it's only good for some time period, then it's not going to expire. What they may have been trying to say is that the older the power of attorney is, sometimes it's hard for people to accept it. It's hard to get it accepted somewhere. For many years, there was a bank in town that would not accept a power of attorney that was more than 5 years old. It was just an internal policy, and they said, if it's more than 5 years old, we're not going to accept it, because they don't know if the person still intended for that to be a good and valid document. So that's why we just suggest to our clients, just update everything every 5 years. Easy enough. It's not going to expire, but you want to be sure that something like a power of attorney is going to be user-friendly. So that's why. That may be what whoever that was that said they expire was talking about, people who don't accept them over a period of years. Anybody else have a question? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, that is correct. To use a power of attorney, if you gave me your power of attorney and the power of attorney was immediate, it became in effect when you signed it, then I can go use it tomorrow. If it has some sort of condition, or it's called a springing power of attorney, it may say you have to have a letter from a doctor that you're incapacitated before I can use it. Those are called conditional or springing powers. Then they would look at it and go, where's your doctor's letter? Once you get the doctor's letter, then it's in effect. So normally with banks, they'll take them, send them through their legal department. The legal department will say yay or nay, and then tell the person what they need, if anything, to make it go into effect. So, for example, if you had a power of attorney that appointed a spouse, and your spouse had passed away and there was a child as an alternate, in order for the child to be able to use the power of attorney, they're going to have to prove why the first agent can't act. So they'd have to have the death certificate of the first person who can't serve because obviously passed away. So there could be some extraneous document that you need, just depending on what the power of attorney itself says. But otherwise, it's in effect. Yes. One more question. Somebody on this side had one. Yes, ma'am. What happens if you don't have a will? I sure can. The law of the state of Alabama has graciously written you one. So who's going to inherit? It depends on, are you married or single? Do you have children? Are the children of the person you were married to? So if you die with a spouse and 3 children, and all of those children are children of you and the deceased spouse, the deceased spouse inherits the first $50,000 of the estate, and then half of everything over $50,000. The children on the other half. If one of those children is not the child of both the spouses, then the spouse gets half and the children get half. If you have a spouse and parents living, the spouse gets the first $100,000 and then half of everything above that, and the parents get the other. So it depends on who survives you. If you have no spouse, no children, no parents living, then it goes to normally your siblings or the children of any deceased siblings. So you draw that family tree. It's basically lineal descendancy. The way I describe descendancy is If you die, you normally go down. Children, grandchildren. If there's no down line, the children, grandchildren line, then you go up, parents. If there's no parent line, then you go out to siblings. If there's no siblings, then you got to go back up and out on your parents' siblings. So then that would be your what, cousins? Yeah. So yeah, the largest estate I ever had 134 heirs, next of kin. She was not married, both parents deceased, no siblings. Mom had 9 siblings, all of whom were deceased. Dad had 8 siblings, all of whom were deceased. So we had to go down all of their lineal line, and they had lots of kids. So yeah, we got to 134 people. I said one more. I'm going to do one more. Yes, sir. Yes. Yeah, I'll go back over them. Okay? Yes. Finances and medical. Those can be combined. We normally don't combine them. A will, and then the living will, the advance directive, the end of life document. Those are the 4 that I recommend. Because a lot of times people choose different agents. You might have one person in your life that's good in finances, and you might have a nurse. So you let the nurse do the medical side and the other person do the financial part. Split the duties, so to speak. And the doctor doesn't really care who's in charge of your finances. The bank doesn't really care who's in charge of your medical decision making. So it gets a little cumbersome when you combine them. We've done it before when people want just one document, but it works better for me. Not for me. It works easier for my clients. It seems to work better when they're separated. When you've got clearly this is the financial document, clearly this is the medical document. Even if you name the same agent, the duties are clearly delineated in each one as to what the person can do. All right, I'm going to get in trouble if I don't stop talking. So I think it is dinner time. All right, do we need to do a door prize before dinner? Darn.
we turning off? They ask us to turn off the mic every time we left, so we preserve the battery. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Does everybody have a ticket for a door prize? No? Okay. She needs one over here, too. Can you raise your hand if you don't have a ticket for a door prize, please? The lady in the purple, I believe, didn't have one. The lady in the purple right there. Did you put the ticket in there for here? This door prize is a lovely basket of, it looks like air fresheners, candles, lovely hand towels from Carolyn Oaks. And the winner for this one is ticket number 4162. That's ticket number 4162. Well, 4162. 4162. Are you 4162? 4162 is glad to be here. She finally answered. Yay!
we have a packed agenda, so I hope that you can eat your cookies and drink your water and whatever quickly, or gnaw on it while we're talking. But we're going to have another speaker in just a second.
Wow, that was me. That was me. Everyone, I want to introduce my lovely colleague, Dixie Tyler. Dixie and I have worked together. We've had the pleasure of working together for over 15 years now, and prior to that, we worked together in the hospital environment. Dixie works with Senior Alliance. Now, the owner of Senior Alliance is in the back of the room, Peyton Peavy, and Dixie is a senior placement advisor. And the point that I really want to make about this is that her services are no charge to the families. Dixie and Peyton's services are no charge to the families. The communities that they work with actually work with them for those things. So a lot of times people in the community, when there's a lot of options, I don't know if you've ever been in a position where you've had too many options, so you don't make a decision about anything. And you stay in a position that you don't need to be in, whether it's a car, a house, anything in your life. So the good thing about Senior Alliance, what I see is such a benefit to people in the community, is because it helps them put the pieces of the puzzle together and finds the community that's the perfect fit for that individual, so that that individual is able to more appropriately and more easily make a decision and move forward with whatever they need to do in their life. So without any kind of further ado, I would like to introduce Dixie Tyler to give you a little bit of information about how to be of service in the community and free placement services.
I just want to say thank you to Ronnie and Peyton Peavy. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't still be working with seniors. I thought about a year ago I was going to retire. I've been doing this for 13 years. Tori mentioned my background. Tori, can you hear me now? Tori mentioned my background is I worked for Decatur General, not Decatur Morgan, for 15 years, and started the children's program, and then worked with the geriatric population. So when I left there, I went to work for a company that was trying to service seniors in North Alabama, and this just kind of fell into my lap. So like with some of my colleagues, I know Peyton and Tori both, we both took care of our mothers. And my mother lived with me three and a half years. She had ovarian cancer, and she was given 6 months to live, and she lived 6.5 years. So I was grateful for that opportunity. So I know a lot of y'all have walked in my shoes. I've walked in your shoes as far as being caregivers of some of these seniors. I work with seniors that are taking care of grandkids, like hopefully Connie will get to do, but I'm taking care of great-grandchildren. So I've raised my grandchildren, and now I'm helping raise my great-grandchildren, and I hope to work with you all to help find services for you all in the community. What we do is we find independent living with services, what that means with independent living with services, you may need some assistance in medication management. You may need some assistance in standby bathing, dressing, and grooming. And so that's what the independent living with services can provide at a lower cost. We work with assisted livings. We're almost contracted with all of them in the Huntsville and Decatur area. We're working on a couple of contracts right now. Hopefully within the next few months, we'll have those in place and we'll be 100% in the community. We work with in-home care companies, medical and non-medical. Right prior to the pandemic, and you may not know this, but we had several private homes that opened. At that time, there were 3 that I was working with in the community, and these are ran by nurses. They had worked in nursing homes and assisted living, and they didn't see quite the quality of care that they thought these people deserved. So they've opened their homes, and now we have 10 in North Alabama. I don't know from Mobile to wherever, I don't know of any that are the in-home care. They are, like I say, owned and operated by nurses. They provide one-on-one care. They can do just the same things that a nursing home can do, as far as Hoya lifts, blood transfusions, anything of that nature. I've had several clients that I have placed in the in-home care homes, and they've lived there until their death. And Connie had mentioned earlier that it was about $10,000 to go to the nursing home out of pocket, and these are a lot cheaper than that, and they're getting better quality of care in the personal home cares. They do an individualized plan of care. They find out what activities they like. They find out what foods they like. If you don't like fish, you're not going to eat fish. They're going to do that individual care plan for each person. So it's not the same. They can only have 4 in their home. Some are only taking 2 at this time because they want to make sure that these families are getting the quality of care that they need. And a lot of families do not want them going to the nursing home. In the field that I said before, I came from the hospital background, and as I would go in and out of the nursing homes, when you were having to go from the hospital to rehab, they were not given a choice to go to an assisted living or go to a memory care. They were rolling them over into long-term care, and they're still doing it. They're supposed to be giving a choice, but they're not giving a choice to our seniors. So that's where I come in as an advocate for our seniors, to make sure that when I'm working with them, it's a lot cheaper to go to an assisted living or a memory care. An assisted living is around $3,500 and up. Memory care is about $5,500. But you can see if you're paying out of pocket, you're paying $10,500. I have one nursing home that's $12,500 right now, and that's strictly out of pocket for these families. And the families, when they go into rehab, they don't know this. They don't know that they have a choice and that they can get just the quality of care, probably better quality of care, because there's more socialization in these communities than there is in a nursing home. A nursing home is there to provide the medical attention that you need, not really the socialization. So as you can see, and I don't know what the statistics are, but once you go into a nursing home, you don't live in a nursing home very long. So when I start working with families, I do a care discovery. I want to drill into that and find out what the level of care they're going to need, what their diagnosis is, what their financial situation is, what their assets are, their monthly income, and where they want to be, what part of town they want to be in. Because I want my seniors, when I place them, to be in a community that they're going to stay and thrive and get the socialization they need. They have outings, they take them shopping, they take them to the doctor. They do a lot more for them than the nursing homes do. And I'm sure all of y'all, if you've ever been in a nursing home, when you walk in the door, that's all you see is the nursing staff. Either they're coming to take care of them for something medical, or they're not in the room at all. So that's something to think about. Like Connie said, where do you want to be? So you need to start planning now for your future, because the cost of this is only going to go up. We can tour, just like a real estate company will tour. We try to narrow it down when we're working, or I do when I'm working with families, narrowing it down to 2 choices. And the reason for that is because it gets so confusing of all the choices that are out there. So we want to make sure that we can tour you. I do work with, I don't just place for today. I look for placing in the future, because you may end up in the nursing home. So if you have assets and property to sell, then I like to look at that in the pre-planning to see if you might go in that direction. If so, I partner with Tori Vaughn, who sells your property by Medicaid guidelines. As Connie mentioned earlier, is that you may have the income now, and as long as you're spending that income on your care and you're not giving it away, then that's considered the spend down part of it. So if you're spending down your money on the forefront to get the quality of care, then on the backside it may be Medicaid at that point. So we want to make sure that we've sold the property and that you're not penalized for having to go to the nursing home and may apply for Medicaid. Like Tori said, we're contracted with most all the memory cares and assisted livings, and we're working on a couple of the contracts right now. When we place, Tori also mentioned that you don't pay us for that. If we place you, wonderful. We love working with you. but we may not place you, but we can provide some resources. Just make our phone ring. We've been in all these groups for many years. We know what's out there, what resources are out there, and so just make our phone ring. You may just have a question. So that's what we're there for, is to guide you and help you through this journey, and it is a journey. Also, I'm bound by HIPAA, and I think Peyton is too as well. We want to make sure that we're doing everything by the state guidelines so that we don't share information. When we get that call, then we work with the family to make sure we're getting them to where they need to be. And we don't share that information until we've narrowed it down to the community you want to look at, and then that's when we begin the process of giving the information to the location that you want to go to. So again, thank y'all for having us tonight. I hope I've given you some information. Please call us with any questions. Peyton or myself, we would like to work with you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dixie. I wanted to remind everyone that these little workbooks are at your table. You may not need them now. Might be a good idea to take them home if you have any notes that you want to make to yourself or reminders, or if you ever need to call one of these professionals for additional help and conversations. I want to introduce to you Terry Womack. Terry is with Still Serving Veterans. And a little bit about Terry. She's the Veteran Support Services Manager. A lot of people do not know all of the veterans' benefits that are available to them. It's really an underutilized territory for many people, wouldn't you say? That's right. Everyone that we share clients with, particularly when they call me, they're always ultimately going to be recommended, if they are a veteran or a spouse is a veteran, they're going to be recommended to speak with Terry. There are so many programs available in the community for veterans, and so this is an opportunity for you to learn a little bit more from her. If you know of anyone, that you may not need it for yourself, but certainly if you know of someone who might need these services, we welcome you and ask that you share these resources with people that you know so that they might be assisted. So welcome, Terry Womack, and thank you so much for being with us today.
Okay, I move too much, so this is coming out. All right. Hey, good evening. I'm Terry Womack. I am the VA team lead at Still Serving Veterans. If you don't know about Still Serving Veterans, we're a nonprofit. We're over on Clinton, right next to the post office and the Civic Center. We are a nonprofit, which means all of our services are free. I get sometimes, we have county offices too. Yes, we absolutely do. I will just tell you, especially when it comes to older issues, I really think we help more. That's all I'm going to say. But so you should all have handouts. If somebody doesn't have a handout, there's some extra on some other tables. Does everybody have a handout? They should be underneath those other ones. Okay? Okay. So we're going to go at like lightning speed, because that's how I talk. Yeah, it's fast. Okay, but what I want you to do is the last 3 pages, I want you to pull out, because I'm going to have you reference them as we go, okay? And before I forget, when I get done, if you say, I've got to go see Terry, then I have 2 forms that I would like you to fill out before you leave, that I could go ahead and get put into the VA system to have you under me as your veteran support officer, and to do an intent to file. So I just say that after I'm done. If you need to talk to me at the end, I've got those forms for you to do, okay? So, in the big world of VA, there's really two sides to VA. People don't seem to understand that. So you got VA medical and you got VA compensation. Okay, we live over here in compensation world, but let me talk about VA medical a little bit. So our VA medical clinic is over on McAview Drive, right by CCI, if you don't know where it is. There are different criteria for who can be seen, who can't be seen. If you are a veteran and you have not gone over there, it's not the old VA. I mean, it's a really nice clinic. So I would encourage you to go over there and see if you qualify. They can also, there are other things. They now have community care. They can work in-home care for you. They can do home health for you. There is a program called the Caregiver Program. If you're 70% or more disabled and your spouse is helping take care of you, you can get some benefits that way. That's all through VA Medical. I can help you with Caregiver, but it's a VA Medical program, okay? And there's also under community care now, when PACT Act came about, now you can go, if you've got your own, cardiologist, and you're getting care at the clinic, you can ask for a referral to that very cardiologist and let the VA pay for it, okay? So it's a lot of good stuff going on over there. So if you've not done that, we work very closely with them, but I am not a VA medical. So if you're frustrated you can't get an appointment at the VA clinic, I'm not your girl. But I can certainly help answer some of those questions if you're in our office. So then we have VA compensation. And there's really two different parts of VA compensation. There's service-connected disability, and there's non-service-connected pension, okay? Service-connected disability means something happened to you in service, something is happening now, and there is a bridge between the two. Either continuity of care, continuity of symptoms, and if you waited 20 years before you ever went to the doctor with your back, I can help write that and explain why that is, without saying he's a man and he didn't go, okay? So, yeah. But, I mean, we all know we just avoided activities. We took some Motrin and we just went about our business, okay? So that is not saying that we cannot do that claim. We can do, if you've been denied something, come back. Let's try it again. If you need to do an increase, here's the rule. If you are service-connected for something, and it's been 10 years, if you reopen it, they can go down as much as they can go up, okay? So I really will look very closely at what you're service-connected for and why you're at the level you're at before we'll just do a claim. If it's been 20 years, that rating is safe. So there is no reason, if you are service-connected for something for 20 years, that you do not go ask for an increase, because I know good and well it's gotten worse, okay? So 20 years is your magic number, okay? Now, non-service connected pension is, we're going to talk about that, okay? But before we do that, I want you to look, those last 2 pages, the one that says Presumptives Agent Orange and Presumptives Gulf War or Southwest Asia. Okay, there's a lot of folks who still do not know. So I told you a service-connected disability has to build a bridge, right? The thing with presumptive conditions are enough people who were in a particular place have contracted certain conditions, and they are conceding, they're presuming that you have this because you were exposed back here. Okay, so all I have to do is show you we're there and that you have it. Okay, this first list is the presumptive list for Agent Orange. If you don't know, hypertension is now on that list. I want to know what person you know that's not 75 years or older that doesn't have hypertension, okay? So at least do a hypertension claim. Because then when you have a stroke, I can service connect the stroke, okay? So it's really, really important that you do that. The second part, and I'm retired Air Force, so this is very important, because all my Air Force guys were in Thailand, and yes, and they weren't service connected because that wasn't a presumptive condition. I mean, a presumptive location. So we had to really fight to get Air Force folks presumptively linked to Agent Orange. But now they've added Thailand, they've added Laos, they've added Guam and Cambodia. Okay? So if you know somebody who served in those locations who have one of those things, you need to tell them to come see me, because now we can get them service connected. If you know some younger folks who were in the Gulf War, there's a whole new list of presumptives for Gulf War veterans. So keep this if you got kids or neighbors or something. I mean, I'm just wanting you to know that. Okay. So let's go to the next page, because I'm going to talk about specifically VA compensation for veterans. They're really the two, for veterans and surviving spouses, are really the same thing. First, we got service-connected disability, which I've already talked about. Then there's non-service-connected pension. If somebody is not service-connected and they have a financial need, then I can apply for a non-service-connected pension. Now, you can see, one, you have to have served a day during a wartime period. Okay, that is, Korea is 50 to 55, Vietnam is 64 to 75, and then there's nothing until the Gulf War in 1990, okay? So, you have to have done that, and you have to have a financial need. Now, you can see that monthly income is like $1,380 a month. There's not a whole lot of people who are going to qualify, okay? Your net worth limit is $155,000. That does not count your primary residence, okay? Now, if you've got another house, we're going to have to count that. But your primary house, you don't count, okay? So most people do not qualify for pension until they start needing pension with aid and attendance, okay? I want y'all to look at this sheet right here. Let me explain aid and attendance. Aid and attendance comes about when you need assistance with what they call activities of daily living. Now, I get folks in my office all day long who say, Mama needs help. I said, what does Mama need help with? Well, you know, she can't do the yard, and somebody needs to come clean the house, and she's really having trouble doing her meds and doing her bills, and we just need help. Okay, on the right-hand side, you will see what we call instrumental activities of daily living. They do not count for custodial level care. Those are things like cooking, cleaning, doing your laundry, doing your meds. Don't count. You have to need help with what they call the activities of daily living: eating, bathing, dressing, transferring, or toileting. 2 of the 5, usually. This is the sheet that I give when somebody moves into an assisted living. I'm like, fill this out. Show me what you're doing, okay? So you've got to be getting that kind of level of help. But if you do that, then here's how it works. Look down here under aid and attendance allowance. You see that monthly income limit for a veteran with a spouse went up to $2,727, right? So what happens is, let's say you're making, you have to count you and your spouse's income. So let's say you're making $3,600 with Social Security together, okay? And you have to move into Brookdale at, I don't know, $6,200 a month. Okay, so now your monthly income just dropped to 0, right? Your adjusted income is now 0. So I can get a veteran and a spouse $2,227. So you just add that. If you're looking at assisted living, then you add the $2,227 to what you're already making, and that's bank, right? You won't go in the hole. Now, I tell people that's not going to pay for a room probably, but it will sure slow the burn rate down on your savings. So just know that. Here's the other point. There is a 3-year look back. Connie talked about the 5-year look back on Medicaid. VA looks back 3. Okay? So all that stuff Connie said, yeah. If you don't, at least 2 people a week come in. Somebody had a stroke, somebody's in the hospital, they need to get some VA benefits. I'm like, well, who's power of attorney? Well, we don't have power of attorney. Daddy didn't want to talk about that. Please talk about that. Please let us help. I know people, it's a hard conversation to have, but man, is it important. It is important for everybody. So, one other thing. At the bottom, when I'm talking about medical costs, I talked about assisted living, but let's say your kids are taking care of you, and y'all move in with them, okay? And I know how it works because my mama lived with me. You know, she pays the groceries sometimes, she pays the light bill sometimes, you just kind of work it out. Well, if you will come up with just a contract and actually pay them, and they say, these are the things I'm helping with, and it's those activities of daily living, then we can just pay them, okay? So you don't have to you can get in-home care, you can get assisted living, or you can just pay your own family. A spouse cannot be paid for another spouse, okay? You can't do that, but everybody else, the kids, the sister, whoever, you can do that, okay? What it cannot pay for is independent living, because of if you're in independent living, you're not needing help with ADLs. By the very nature of it being independent living, you're not meeting the threshold, right? However, sometimes folks are in independent living, and then they have in-home help that comes in. I can count that. I just can't count the room and board if you're in independent living, okay? Now, let's go to the next page. This is the same thing. Surviving spouses. Two different ways you can get help. One, if the veteran was service-connected, 10 years or more at 100%, or they die of a service-connected illness, then you can apply for dependency and indemnity compensation. It is a very easy claim to do. It's about $1,600 a month for life. I say it's like VA life insurance. It really is easy. Here's the kicker. So this is what else you had to tell people, okay? If the veteran died of something he was not service-connected for, because, let's say he was an Air Force guy in Thailand and had a heart problem and died of a heart attack, and he couldn't get service-connected because he wasn't in a presumptive location. But now he is. So now his surviving spouse needs to come in and let me do a DIC claim for her, because now it's a presumptive condition, okay? You do not have to be service-connected. I can still get it, okay? The other one is non-service connected pension. Same criteria. The money is a little bit less. If you look down on aid and attendance allowance, it is, the aid and attendance allowance, write it down, for a surviving spouse is $1,763. I've got the wrong amount on there, sorry. $1,763. And again, if mom moves in with her daughter and son-in-law, I can count that. We just got to come up with a contract and write it down, okay? And I also say, people are like, well, I'm okay. I don't need help. I'm like, yeah. Or somebody standing in the bathroom making sure you don't fall in the shower? That's helping, okay? So I'm not talking sponge bath kind of level bad, okay? If somebody's trying to make sure you're safe, they're helping, okay? So think a little bit broader than maybe you were, because I can make a pretty good argument. If you're having to live with somebody, yeah, you're probably needing help with ADLs, okay? So that is pretty much, those are my big high points. So I'll open it up, because I know I threw a lot at you. What did I miss? Oh, come on. Yes, ma'am. Uh-huh. Who's helping, the VA? Uh-huh. Yeah, he's probably getting it through the VA clinic or, yeah, I'm telling you, VA clinic's doing some good stuff. I did forget to tell you, I can also do a burial claim. If it's non-service connected death, it's $250. If it's a service connected death, it's $2,000, okay? All veterans are authorized the grave marker. So even if you don't have anything else. Anything else? Okay, I'll be over there at the end. If you need to set up an appointment, let you fill out some forms and we'll get started. All right?
I may held it too. Feel like I'm at karaoke. We don't want that. I don't know if I introduced myself, but I'm Tori Vaughn. I'm a seniors real estate specialist and a certified senior advisor. And one of the main reasons that I really wanted Summit Group to be able to reach as many people as possible is because people reach out to me so often, and before I can do anything to help them, they need all these other people to lay the foundation before I can even help them. So it's a good thing that we're all here, and please share this information with as many people as you can. We have 2 more speakers tonight, so if y'all just bear with us, we're going to make it short and sweet because I know it's a ton of information, but some places offer this as an 8-hour all-day thing. What do you think about this? So here we go. We've condensed it all, so isn't that beautiful? We've got another couple of door prizes I wanted to announce. So we're looking at the last 4 digits on your ticket, okay? So I'm going to let Robert pick this time. Okay, the last 4 digits, 4161. 4161. And this door prize is
You got it.
this, yay! Yay! And somebody took the last page. So, where's the last page? Somebody took it. Well, I'm going to introduce to you the super shy wallflower, Robert Alley. I'm just kidding about that. He's not. He never meets a stranger. He has a wonderful company, and he is actually a certified move manager, which is a rarity in this area. He's also an aging in place specialist, and he does phenomenal estate sales and even does online sales for people. He does moving. He can go and measure the next place and be able to put furniture where it needs to go, and all these marvelous services. So let's welcome Robert Alley to give you more information.
Thank you. Well, she just did my entire speech. I've got 2 speeches, one that lasts 30 minutes. I'm going to spare you that one, but one that lasts about 4 minutes. I call it my Alexander Sonora speech. Does that sound good? All right, so Alexander Sonora was a very interesting guy that I kind of read up on one time because I thought, who is this guy that is everywhere, right? Y'all with me? You know, he was born and raised in Birmingham and grew up in his dad's store. And his dad always told him, son, people need to know who you are and what you do, and that's it. Well, I think Alexander has been successful doing that, right? So I've got an Alexander Sonora type presentation for you here tonight. I'm gonna kind of refocus because I really just want to hit the high points, give you some information if you want it, and then you can call me later if you need me. What is a senior move manager? And that's a question I decided to lift up and just give you the quick umbrella view of what a senior move manager does. We're certified by the National Association of Certified Move Managers. It's an entity that's been around for almost 3 decades that certifies people like me to help people like you through your transitions. As a former assisted living administrator, I figured once I semi-retired, when we were supposed to rest and played lots of golf, not me. I went and bought a care and transition franchise, one of 325 in the nation. So we're able to originate moves in Huntsville, Alabama, to a daughter's house over in Lenore, North Carolina. So we're able to pack up a senior here, and a care and transitions there will help resettle that senior. So you have this continuity throughout all 50 states of helping seniors get to point A to point B. Now, one of the things that I'd like to cover, because today I just came from a pack up. Tomorrow, a gentleman is moving into a retirement community. So here I am in the floor packing up all of these beautiful frames with pictures that go back 50 and 60 years of their family and their life. There's a reverence, there's a respectability that's there. And I feel privileged to be on that floor today, wrapping those frames up, getting ready for tomorrow's move to a retirement community. It's just one of the things that we do. We do space planning. We do help seniors age in place. We help declutter. We help downsize. We help right size, which there's a phenomenal difference in those two. You're downsizing perhaps your 2,000 square foot house when you're moving to maybe an apartment or a smaller house or a retirement community. But we want to right size that new space for you. Walk with me, if you will, quickly. How many transitions have you had in your life? Let's go. Do you want to count them? First day of school, right? How about first girlfriend? That's a transition. It can be. But let's move on quickly. How about when we first learned how to drive a car? How about leaving high school and either going to the military, college, or maybe into the workforce? All of those are transitions that we had this wonderful nucleus of people around us that was helping us, or moms or dads or grandpas or grandmas or aunts or uncles or first cousins or second cousins, twice removed, once by fours. And some of y'all got them cousins, I do too. But the point, what I'm trying to make is, and then we get married and we have kids, and it's just been one transition after another. Everything has been on a timeline except when we turn 65 and we enter those senior years. What's the timeline? We don't know. And guess who we're dependent upon most of the time? Our children. Let me ask you a question. Do your children know? I got 3 daughters and 9 grandbabies. I know. They don't know. So that's why companies like mine exist, and that's what I'm here today, just to say that, hey, when there's help that's needed, then there's hope. There's a wonderful resource in this room right here. I just do a small component of senior transitions. And yes, at the end of moving you from point A to point B, we typically do estate sales most of the time online, because the most important asset that you have that you want to cash in on is the sale of that home. And so we do all of those services right here in North Alabama, and we're happy to do that. Several things that I want to leave you. And as I was thinking back on all of our clients, there's 2 things. I'm going to say 3 things. I just added one 5 minutes ago. There's 3 things that we see in our clients who are successful in making that transition. Number 1, they have a great mindset. In their mind, they have already crossed across the threshold of this is something I need to do. As Tori has said, there's a precipitating event, or might be a chronic illness. There might be something, a diagnosis that necessitates it. But a healthy mindset of what's going on is absolutely number 1 in having a successful transition. Number 2, Connie's going to love this, because if you fail to plan, what do? You plan to fail. Plan, 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 plan. I get calls where people want to move in the next 4 days. That's a very high, that's a tall order for anybody. But planning it out in a thoughtful, intentional way is really what helps that successful transition. And then 3rd, pet peeve of mine, moving is very stressful. Relocation stress syndrome is a real diagnosis. And we all know how stress impacts us. And it causes illnesses and sickness. Hydration. Has your doctor told you to stay hydrated? And there's a good reason why. Because if we get into a stressful situation and we're not hydrated, it seems like the dominoes do begin to fall. So just some helpful hints. Again, I'm Robert Alley, Caring Transitions of Huntsville, Alexander Shannara. You will not see me on a billboard, I promise you that. But if you go to my website, if you want my card, you'll see me and my wife there, and that will be the billboard. So thank you. You've all been very kind in listening, so thank you very much. How does that work?
Isn't he great? He's got a way about him. I had one of the busiest days of my life a few days ago, and I talked with Robert briefly. And he said, well, why don't you just take off your shoes and go outside and walk in the grass? I said, are you kidding? Do I need to do that? And then he said that you need to do it. So guess what, folks? I did that, and it worked. It I don't know if it's, electricity or energy or what it is, but it worked. So thank you, Robert. Let's all, at some point when we're at our busiest and most stressful, why don't we take off our shoes and go walk in the grass and get reconnected? So maybe not Mother Susan. She may not do that. Next, I want to introduce, we have 2 more door prizes after this next speaker. And then also on your tables, you will see a feedback form. That is really important. If you would take just a moment when we finish and fill out this form, because this gives us a good idea if we're on the right path of bringing you information that you need, that you'll benefit from. And so I would love it if you'll give us your feedback, if there's anything else that you need to hear about, and if there's any organizations that we need to reach out to and speak with about anything that's on your mind that's a current challenge with people. Now, our next speaker is the lovely Lynn Coffin. Now, Lynn she retired after many decades of counseling in which she specialized in geriatric counseling. And we are very fortunate. She is one of the foremost speakers in mental health for senior transitions in the area. And so we're lucky that she's here with us tonight to give us a little bit of information about the counseling and mental health aspect of transition. So, Lynn, thank you so much, and we welcome you wherever. Oh, there you are, right there. So thank you so much. Do you want this in here? Okay. He may be holding it.
If I drop it, excuse me.
Yes.
Hi, thanks for having me. I appreciate it. I'm your caboose for this evening, so thank you for still being patient for me. And I wholeheartedly support the take your shoes off, go walk out in the grass. It's wonderful. Do anything like that can ground yourself and reconnect. It can be really, really positive activity. I'm glad to be here this evening as part of this summit event. And I've been really excited for this program to have been formed and developing for our community programs. It's very needed and very beneficial. As Tori said, I have worked in the mental health. I've been a provider, a clinical social worker throughout my career with a passion for older adults. Last year, I turned 65, retired after 43 years, and found myself smack dab in the middle of what we are talking about this evening. And what a season it is and will continue to be. It has a lot of highs and lows and a lot of in-betweens to navigate and manage. But my focus today is on the benefits of mental health support and how those benefits can help us navigate and manage this season throughout the rest of our lives. Mental health is important, of course, at every stage of life, including as we age. Our aging stage of life presents very unique opportunities as well as challenges that we may not have found in other times of our life. I believe that we have opportunities to continue to learn, to develop, contribute, and be our best version of ourselves while also experiencing and managing challenges related to issues of change, purpose, loss, grief, bereavement, transition, adjustment, independence, stress, health, and acceptance in all areas of our lives. Many older adults are at risk for mental health difficulties related to these challenges, as well as to depression, anxiety, and coping issues. Our mental health affects how we think, feel, and act as we cope with life. It helps determine how we handle stress, how we relate to others, how we make decisions and choices, what impacts our relationships, our overall health, our quality of our life, our satisfaction and acceptance and enjoyment of life, and even our length of life. If we have good mental health, we're more likely to feel happy, confident, hopeful, and generally satisfied with life. We're more likely to feel connected to other people, to be making contributions, to have a sense of meaning or purpose, and a feeling of peace. In addition, mental health support can help us to cope with the stressors of life, which, as we know, are very, very many. It can help us learn new skills, identify ongoing purpose, promotes physical and spiritual health, have good relationships, make meaningful contributions to our family and our communities, achieve work probability, realize our full potential, manage as a caregiver, feel safer, support our independence, find self-fulfillment, strengthen personal dignity, respect, self-worth, self-confidence, stay active, be stronger in the face of challenges, change behaviors that hold us back, look at ways of thinking that affect how we feel, heal pains from the past that we may not have had a chance to do, make positive lifestyle changes, identify goals, promote insight and understanding, address loss, grief, bereavement, lessen and resolve feelings of depression, anxiety, fear, anger, adjust to life changes, accept health diagnoses of ourselves and others, including cognitive impairment or dementia. I could go on, but if that list of benefits of mental health support isn't convincing, then I doubt anything will be. We know there are many possible ways to improve senior mental health, such as to socialize as often as possible, how important it is to minimize isolation and loneliness, to volunteer or give back, promote your cognitive health, be active, exercise, care for a pet, manage your medical issues, pursue interests and hobbies, and stay connected with others' lives. And also, as has been said earlier many times tonight, plan as best as you can. I'm sure many of you could add to these examples, but a final one I'd like to identify and encourage today is to speak to a therapist. This professional support may be helpful or needed to get yourself or a loved one to be able to achieve being the best version of themselves at this stage of life. Supportive therapy can be invaluable. It can be a component of a comprehensive approach to discovering and maintaining your best self for this changing season. There are many excellent therapist and counseling practices available in our community and surrounding area. I've had the privilege to be associated with one of those, Covenant Counseling and Consulting, for over the past 8 years now. Covenant provides counseling services to children, adolescents, adults, and mature adults or seniors through individual, couples, and/or family supportive therapy. Our therapists are experienced and qualified to address the issues and needs of our older clients, as well as being passionate and dedicated to this age group. Covenant is a faith-based practice, yet faith is a part of the counseling process only as wanted and requested by the client. Our primary offices are located in Decatur and Madison, but we also offer services with a Hartselle location. Counseling is available in person for all and virtual for many. And virtual can be telephone or primarily, a lot of times it's video. And that's often determined now by insurance. That became very prominent during the COVID pandemic, that insurance allowed there to be those types of services available. We're providers for the majority of insurance carriers, including Medicare. Self-pay is also an option. The staff of Covenant would be honored to provide services to you or your loved ones. Maybe two last things I'd like to mention. The decision to seek professional mental health support and following through with that can be very hard and anxiety-producing in itself. This is normal and part of the process. Don't let that stop you and keep you or a loved one from a meaningful opportunity. I believe one of the most important factors with a positive counseling experience is being a good fit with your therapist. My recommendation is that if it's not a good fit, don't give up on counseling, but definitely give up on that therapist, okay? Get yourself another one to work with that is a good fit. Please feel free to contact the office with any questions or to schedule an appointment. I believe our appreciation and love for seniors, their unique opportunities and challenges, and their aging stage of life is a special calling for us. If you're interested in learning more about Covenant Counseling, our services, our staff, I encourage you to look us up on the internet at www.covenantcc.co or on Facebook. I also have some Covenant business cards with me that afterwards, if you'd like one, I'd be happy to give you one. We may be referred to as seniors or the elderly, or by some people, just those old people. But I prefer for us to be known as the vibrantly mature adults. I have a favorite Irish proverb that I'd like to share with you to finish up. And it states, "Do not resent growing old. Many are denied the privilege." This can be a wonderful season of life. Treat yourself to it. Thank you so much for your attention and patience. God bless.
Okay, folks. We are doing so good with time. I'm so proud of us. So, just a couple of quick things. One, does anyone have a workbook like this that you are not using or do not want to use? There are? Okay. And then also, this is a really good little bookmark for y'all to take with you. Take anything that's on the table. Please remember your feedback form to let us know how we did and what else you might need. And let's see. This is from Brookdale, and it's some treats from Bath and Body Works. Yummy, some yummy stuff, I bet. Okay. You want to draw? Okay, last four digits, 4130. 4130. In the back, we have a winner. Okay, and the next door prize is this lovely basket. This is from Preferred Home Care. That's an exciting looking basket too. Okay. Okay. Last four digits, 4131. 413. Oh, wow. That's a lucky table. I know that everybody is anxious to get home to your families, but I just wanted to tell you all thank you. And I wanted to say a very special thanks to Mother Susan Sloan for helping to do this. The food was delicious. If this is the food that you guys are treated to, you are some blessed people. So it's delicious. Thank you. And thank you also to our wonderful speakers who gave of their time to be with us tonight. And I hope it's been very beneficial for you. Thank you so much. And have a good night. You can leave them on the table and we'll pick them up.
I got your 3 there. Did you need some more?
Yeah.
Did that guy say he was